good. Find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. I mean, there wasn't that much mystery, I guess, last time. It was fun finding everything out, but all it was some guy who just hated gay. Obviously, back in the 20s, or before the 20s, gay people obviously weren't accepted, and they hid that from their family. That was the mystery. Well, we'll see. Roottreemania will spoil unlocked content. I mean, sure, we haven't figured out who the wives of those people are, but I'm not too worried about that. I'm guessing this just makes sure you don't play this game before the other one, I guess. Yeah. It's weird to use the same slot system. Why would... okay, well, I'll just use slot 2, I guess. Let's find out. Oh, it's same room, okay. Who's this guy?
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes. You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. And with my mother's deteriorating
Okay, so this is a question I asked last at the end. I wonder who's going to become the next president of the company. And apparently it's this guy. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork.
This is the guy. Isn't this the musician guy who used to be a musician, got divorced twice, to both the he had married one sister, divorced her, then married another sister. Right? Isn't this guy? And now he's the president of the company. He was the one who did the jingles, and he was
Now that
the
it's public
advertising
knowledge,
firm.
the Plancid Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us. A lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
Okay. So now Sam's stories come out covering her for the Cantaloupe. Everyone's basically trying to become a root tree to get a piece of it, I suppose.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself.
Surely not Miracle Senior. He has to be dead, surely, right? How old would he be? I guess not. He could be like... because this is only it's set in 98, isn't it? So maybe set in 99 now or whatever. He's probably in his 60s or something.
The long and short of it is, a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them. But she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family.
Okay. What do you want me to do about it? It's not my family. Why are you coming to me?
I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in.
Okay.
It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Okay, so what are we looking at here? Okay, so this is the initial thing, right? Which it's obviously automatically filled all this out, so we can actually see who the wives were. Because we're missing like 3 or 4 wives at the end of it. Not hers. Patricia Jones. April Quaritch. Okay. So this is the initial one, and then these I guess are people who want to try and become a root tree. Possible cousins. Ah, yeah, possible infidelity 3. The three-peat. Okay. So there's a possible infidelity in 21, 49, and 75 to 82. Okay. That went on a while. And then an updated family tree in 98. Well, won't the updated family tree be something to do with Sam's then? If it happened in 98, maybe it would be something to do with this stuff that we already looked at, maybe? I don't know. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So, okay, so these people are already on the tree. So this is probably going to be... this is probably going to be this then. These. But they didn't have... I don't know though, because if it's them, they didn't have her. They adopted her. Right? So I don't know what that would be. This is family tree. And no, this can't be Sam. It can't be Sam because Sam was already on the tree. So I wonder who this is going to be then. But they already know each other, so maybe cousins got married or some shit, right? Who else would it be? I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. But infidelity, split up. Okay, so basically, whoever this is apparently has got 5 possible mistresses. Okay. Okay. Jesus. At least these guys only cheated once, I guess. But then these happened earlier. True, it could be someone who's just born. So it could be like a newlywed couple that's already on here, like these. Maybe it's like Chris Rafferty and Lucia Garcia or something, having a baby together. Who else could it be? Or her, these two, I guess. Oh no, it would be these, obviously. Yeah, she was pregnant. This has to be it. I mean, she was heavily pregnant at the end of the last game, so it has to be this. I'm actually going to put that in for now. Ryan Jones. Brain. But we don't know who the kid is going to be called. I guess we'll find out. Interestingly, though, it didn't lock in the extra photos. Maybe there's going to be new photos of these people that we're going to find. Because there's a couple... Like this third photo here and this extra photo here. I'm guessing there might be new photos. And another one up here. Maybe there'll be... Maybe we can still get them. Or maybe... Yeah, because it's unlocked some stuff that we didn't have. We'll just see, I guess. Let's have a look at the evidence then. So we're looking at some possible cheaters. And what we got to do, okay. This is an envelope. But didn't he give me this? So doesn't he already know the answer? I guess he wants me to do the legwork and prove it. So this must be a guess from him, I guess. And he wants me to do the show your work so that everyone will believe it. Okay. Notable events. Today is August 3rd, 1999. Okay, so it's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. Oh yeah, true. She gave us her portion of the trust. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail. Okay. Sam Madsen book about Elias Roottree was released in February, okay. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. Yeah, okay. In March, the Roottree company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases. I guess because they didn't have a leader at the time. And then Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl, and then welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clanted Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. What's weird is that maybe I don't know. I'm guessing this is just a procedural thing, but do they have to do this every single time someone has a baby? Because this isn't in dispute or anything, right? I mean, she comes from an established line, right, of the Roottrees. So I'm guessing this is just an extra thing. But this baby would automatically be in the Roottree thing. There's no question about this one, because she was already a Roottree. It's these ones which are the questions, right? But, let's have a look. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees. Opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5Ps as a publicity move at the time. 5Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Where is it? Because it used to be marked with a star. Oh, this guy. Okay, so this is 5Ps. So what was his name again? Felix Fellows. I'll chuck him in there. And he was a rapper, or I guess singer, artist, musician, I guess. Okay. So he's claiming he was this person who this person had an affair with. Okay. But this is sus already because there's already two potential fathers linking to this guy. So it's a bit sussy. I guess that's the point. I guess we have to look into it. Let's have a look. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly... Oh, let's have a look how old he is, actually, because I wanted to see if it says. Oh, it doesn't say. But he was born way later than these guys. So he's probably still alive, but he's going to be pretty old, I assume. They offered to do a DNA test. Whoa, wait, what? They offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps to drop his claim, and the tests proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the whole world was obsessed with Roottrees. So now, because he had a test and it proved he was one, everyone's trying to do it now, I guess. In July, an anonymous woman appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree and therefore entitled to a share of the Clanted Trust. More and more of Anonymom's story came out. People began to notice how much it echoed 5Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of the Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. 2 months later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay. Interesting. What else we got? New investigation with new focus. After many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees, it's recommended you try and catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant. Okay, so I have to backtrack a bit, I guess, and relook at some stuff. It's a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Aha. Yes. So this is going to be a lot trickier because it's not. You can no longer use trial and error as much. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Roottrees family tree. Okay, so this is just recapping. So it was founded. Most of the action took place in and around Butler County, Pennsylvania. They were on the cover of magazines. Elias, Carl, and Rayner. Okay. Notable Roottrees such as Lauren Roottree, Miracle Roottree, and Jim Roottree had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resources overall. 5 pieces could be identified based on the initials of the original candy. There were 5 presidents. This would be really useful to someone who played the original game back then and didn't want to replay it. I mean, we just did this the other day, so it's less useful. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Interesting. This is how you find... I guessed her occupation because she was the only one left that could have been a dancer. And there was complaints about people wanting to become a dancer, right? From Lauren's diary. So I'm going to look at Brian Jones's website in a sec. Let's just sign into the internet. Okay. Okay. So this is getting the baby name. I wanted to find what the website was. The Stephanie Jones's campaign website. I'll search for that. Because we can't go back to that one, it looks like. But anyway, that's why we chose Dancer for that girl. But that said, her daughter's name was chosen for the grandmother. So it should be Clara. So this person should be at least be called Clara. What? It's not on here. Oh, maybe it's grandmother on Brian's side. That would make it a lot harder. Let's have a look. Our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Okay, so... I mean, we could guess that could be like Mary, right? Or something like that. Something Christian related. Or it could just simply be like Christina or something. Something very direct. The recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements. Okay. Let's look at the baby photo. Brian Jones posted this photo of his family together in the hospital following the birth of their newborn girl. His daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat. And she's giving her signature thumbs up. Is that really a signature move? A thumbs up? Really? Okay, fair enough. Uh, well, she's a politician. Let's put that in. And we have a new photo for him, and a new photo for her, and this baby. She must be occupied as a baby. Very good employment. But we don't know her name, so it's not Clara from her grandmother. But it will be Jones, I assume. So we can put Jones. Jones question mark. Let's see if we can see anything else, because it could be... Oh wait, no, grandmother would be this, wouldn't it? Yeah, her grandmother's Clara. This grandmother is Carolyn. Ah, that makes sense, because Carol. Carol is obviously around Christmas. Carol. Okay. Oh, we're establishing in sets of 4 again. So that's one ticked off, I think. I think that section's done. But this is like a freebie. So, where do we start? I guess we finish off this other piece of evidence, right? This bit. Today, there was a knock at your door. Okay, yeah, this is just recapping what just happened then. He wants to help Sam. Every time there's a high-profile case, it causes headaches, so please do your research, but don't go to press. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like the case of the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. But you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? I mean, just because you've been divorced a couple of times doesn't mean you've been cheating on them, right? Right? But whatever. What an ugly baby. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming this is like days old, right? Because they look like they're in the hospital, so I don't think any baby looks that good. A few days old, you know? Because they've just been like squeezed out. Right, so what do we start with? 1921 has to be... I wish there was dates of when these guys... I guess we could go look it up. But it's got to be a very... It might be an Elias infidelity. Or so forth. But it's going to be someone high profile, like someone really old. We could look into that one first, because there's going to be less people that it could be, I suppose. So let's look at Elias Roottrees again. Six pieces. So they have updated this. Oh no, okay, so this is the book. They called it 6 pieces, okay. Many took umbrage with the timing of this release and the tone of the book, because it came out directly after the plane crash which killed 4 Roottrees. The fallout from the book led to the Roottrees company scrambling to release a statement. Okay. Well, I guess the first thing we should do, actually, thinking on it, is go look up this guy. Because he'll have music, and it could give us an idea of who his father could possibly be, because there'll probably be articles about it, right? If that one was proved. So, we want to look up Felix Fellows. He's a rapper. Who found some recent reindeer play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottree. 5 Ps is a play on 5 pieces. His most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7. They gave the review more poser than my action figure collection. The review mentions his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. Now that's the thing. Do we put his real name in here? I guess we'll find out if it never resolves, right? The author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. What? The rebranding to which one? Rebranding to Felix Fellows from Dirty Davy. I don't know. Only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. Okay. His rise to prominence was... Oh, okay, I see. So he... Yeah, I see. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. Here it is. I'll copy that because I want to search that in a sec. But this guy... Who... Wasn't he the guy who ruined the company? Where is he? Where is the guy? That's Ernest. Can't remember where he was. Where was he on this list? Down here somewhere, right? This guy. This guy, Guy Hudson. Okay, so he's the serial cheater, apparently, allegedly. What was his occupation? He was the third president, right? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the caviar guy, yeah. At the first, the Roottrees company denied it. Since they've backtracked and welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated they had new evidence that confirmed his story. So let's go and look at Guy Hudson. Some of this will be... During Roottreemania, he suddenly rose into prominence again after 5Ps appeared on the cover. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way. But the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Roottrees lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who has tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. Okay. Can we get his album? He recorded mixtapes. Stevie Whitlock. Celebrity lawyer. Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. She's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities. She sued a multinational sandwich company. This is the Subway thing, isn't it? Whose 12-inch subs were actually 11.5 inches. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, there was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. Okay. All your problems. Here we go. We got it in MP3 printing. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money are evil are those who have it. In the song, 5Piece triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You find a copy on a song on a suspicious-looking website. Let's play it.
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is
It's so bad.
from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man,
problems.
y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but look at here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners, cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is the root of all your
Are we gonna learn
problems.
anything in here?
Take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits
Oh,
of real people.
okay.
You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons with a needle. So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible.
How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How one in my share,
That's actually extortion.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything in here.
Synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets
He's got a 0 on it, yeah.
place and boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's.
top off my pockets, please.
Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtrooms, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Yeah.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons for the
Probably this one. Maybe. I'll put it on here. We'll see. So, her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story, being a secretary in the period, the late 70s. Okay. Fumbling the 5-piece story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all the crimes planned for trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymous' daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. They tried to attempt to track down her true identity. Though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, this does not mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Oh, no, okay, yeah, so they said this wouldn't be yeah, this won't be here, this won't be on here, then. Because they said that the one that has been proven won't be on the board. That's what they said. But at least it gave us the info from this. That her mum was a secretary. This guy's mum was a secretary. Okay. Secretary for the Roottrees, potentially? Many people claim this hyper anticlimax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottreemania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Roottrees. Okay. Yeah, Anonymous Affair does not appear on your day tree. Okay. That seems fine. So I'll just search for it just for the sake of it. Yeah, it's the same. Okay. So yeah, lawyers. The inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottree family members will not interfere with the investigations into the potential new Roottrees. The law firm has been hired by the Roottrie Candy Company. Head lawyer Ruby Spratt. She grew up in foster care. Sussy for this thing. She comes from Portland, which is where Thingamajiggy comes from. 5Ps. But that could be another thing, couldn't it? Okay. They're recently in the news due to the high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. As an author. Portrait of a Changed Man. Nothing there. She followed up with Foreign Gospel. Tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and began to preach. Okay. She wrote a biography of Van Gogh. Okay. She appeared in a magazine called Pictoti. She had an article commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Oh, okay. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. Aha! So we want to look at this. Oh, fuck it. Periodicals. Pictoti. Guy Hudson. What else could we search? Oh, there we go. It's added it. What was her name? Cicely Sanchez or something, wasn't it? In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish, Pictet had an article about a cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson. Because of the pictures, the issue was pulled from the shelves. It's an incomplete archive. Okay. It used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to. The magazine was pulled from the shelves, and it's not relevant anymore. Although it's saying it's an 8 in relevance, so there must be something in here, right? Reveals Roottrees' secrets. Set in December. Maybe that means something? There's a utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. What? Okay. Interesting. He's now the new president. Does not include Root. What was Root again? Root is currently managed by a designer who is apparently Brenda White's second in command. Who's Brenda White again? Can I search for her somewhere here? Brenda White. Wasn't she like, I remember the name. I can't remember where from. The Roottrees Systems Fashion Scholarship. The fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees sisters if they were still alive. Okay. That's the same thing, okay. Aha, so this is saying this doesn't add anything. Yeah, she was a closed. Oh, wasn't she the wife of Carl? Yes. Okay. So she's managing basically a scholarship for her daughters that died. I mean, she lost all 3 daughters and her husband in one plane crash. That's pretty nasty. I don't know if she was on the plane. I don't think so. Oh no, what? Yeah, she was. She died as well. Okay. You do come across an article about a Christian Valdez who claims to have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. She does not make any claim about having a child with him. She just appeared to be paid to talk about his early life. Okay. We could look into that. Oh, you can actually see the older versions. So this has been updated then. No, that's nothing useful. Okay. So it's Kristen Valdez. Nothing. Okay. Not much information to go off here so far. Why is this an 8 though? I don't really understand how this could be an 8 in terms of usefulness. Maybe he's talking about the photos, but this doesn't contain the photos. So this is this guy, which means no one more modern than this is going to have an affair. So it's everyone before this. So this has got a 5 on it. What's weird is this one. This one obviously has an 11, but I'm guessing it's all. I mean, we can search some of these terms, I guess. This is the same page, I think, right? Oh no, these are the press releases. Okay. Ron Roottrees will be taking over temporarily as an interim president. He made claims, compensating Ms. Madsen and her family immediately. Immediate steps for the family to revisit the Council of Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could ever happen again. It's quickly cleared to business reporters and analysts that the time between the two press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark, Rafferty, LaRue and Ron Roottrees would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. But that's not what happened, right? What happened to Ron then? He was announced as the president. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. How old is Ron? He's over here, right? Ron's mother, Gwen, died in Paris. He and his brother have seemingly made amends. She was the actress. Yes. She died in Paris, France about 3 weeks ago. After leaving Hollywood, she made no effort to stay in the limelight. Her largest role was Guys Like Us. She died in her sleep. She was 67. Okay. It was released for the first time on home video. Who was her husband called? Because Walter Forsythe, yeah. Okay. Daytime talk shows had an I'm a Secret Roottrees episode. Okay. It only lasted a few weeks. So VHS releases of old movies count as the unauthorized biographies. These re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. I'm a Secret Roottrees. Nothing. Okay. Okay. Let's look at the Roottrees sisters again. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. There's no relevant information, just a picture of the girls with a sad MIDI piano playing in the background. Okay. Let's look at some of this stuff. We've already searched this guy, right? He's now the new president, yeah. His mother was Lauren Roottree. Okay, she suffers from Alzheimer's. Okay. 5Ps, Roottreemania, and her mom, Jane Doe thing. Okay, so we've searched almost everything on this list, on this text at least. I want to know if there is any... Some people selling his old mixtapes. His birth name was David Fellows. I'm going to put that in here then, because I think birth name usually takes precedence in this, right? Strange, surprised me I haven't found a picture of him yet, considering he's the most famous one. Dirty Devil and Dirt Poor. This is his first mixtape from the early 90s. Yes, I Can Jump. It was a song, okay. It references a popular movie from 1992 called White Men Can't Jump. What? Okay, so nothing on here. It gives us a birthday though, right? So 1994, he was 17. Which means he was born in 77 or whatever. So, okay. So that's the timeline of what the first affair was, is 77. And this is 75. Any more info? Another mixtape, released in 96. In one of the songs, Felix includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin in a list of attractive women. That's embarrassing, isn't it? Okay. Let's see if we can find this song. No. What about this? We don't have anything to do with Portland, do we? Maybe we can just do Portland times. Not sure how we find stuff like that. Okay. One thing we can do is look at this exact title here in the library. What was the name? Is it she just called Sam Roottrees, or she's called something else, right? Sam Madsen. I don't know what else what we would really have in it though, but we'll just have a look. Yeah, we got the perfect picture there. She ran the farm for a period starting around 68, after the death of Eliza Roottrees, until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 84. Most of the relevant rumours coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson. Sam was not a fan of Guy, and it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife. Many of the hives at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called... Okay, we can search this. Okay, yeah, we need to use the local resource for that, okay. It's an Italian restaurant, Antonelli's, and it's been in the Butler County Times twice. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on, and she didn't know if she was going to move or retire. In 78, Christine Garland responded, she and her husband Steve, who was a chef, met years ago when they delivered produce from her mother's farm. Christine Garland. So Elizabeth Garland. Nothing yet. Let's go back to this. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth, and she looked after the farm from 68 to 84. Okay, so it has to be Guy. Yeah, so Guy would be involved if it is real. Where's the thing? Here it is. A caterer from the local restaurant met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. What? I'm trying to process this. So, a caterer from Antonelli's met Elizabeth's daughter and she got pregnant by Guy, assumingly. But then it says she didn't seem comfortable switching partners, so that's basically saying that it's most likely Guy's, I guess. Okay. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottrees. When he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and he was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he's bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Okay. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have cheated on Gwyneth. Okay. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage. Okay. They were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because they overheard them yelling about someone with that name. Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor. Let's pencil this in then, shall we? So this should be this one. I will just pencil this in. So secretary called Elizabeth, potentially. Okay, so but this whole guy situation about going to swinger parties and impregnating people is pretty wild. Okay, how are we gonna search for this? I don't know. Nothing is... There's not gonna be a page about Roottrees sex parties, is there? Yeah, I mean, it's 1921, right? 1921 is... seems right. Then 49, who would be the 49 one? It must be one of these ones, right? I'm trying to think. Guy is here, and he's having affairs in the 70s. So if people are having affairs in the 49... probably one of the original 5, right? Or the original 6 now, I guess. I'll Google it. I'll Google Swingers Hub. No, not relevant apparently. We need to get like a book on this. Let's have a look. Let's see if anything else is on these pages. Oh, that was the wrong one, wasn't it? Christine Garland. Yeah, this was this one, wasn't it? They met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. They ended up eloping. She's a secretary as well, okay. And then moving to Boston. Okay. But this is 1978 this happened. So 1978, they're talking about someone eloping. And we got to that page by this thing here, right? No, it wasn't this bit. So there's another one going on here, so... But this is talking about eloping as well. So So Elizabeth had a daughter who had. Let's search for this then, shall we? Where is it? Not there. This one. Christine Garland. Do we have any information on that, or maybe Steve Garland? Because maybe she took his name before writing in. Here we go. The second is from months later, a listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991, and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. A local author named as Mark Zimmer, which we have mentioned, has been mentioned before. It's a story-based recipe book. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. If you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. So we've got a recipe of a plaited loaf. Okay. Two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. Okay. 10 to 12 years later, they met again. So it tells you, is this like the worst kind of fucking recipe? It's like it's telling you a fucking literal story, and then in between the story it's telling you the recipe. Is there anything actually in here that's useful? Apparently there's two. Cut the dough into 2 pieces. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. What could be useful information from this? I don't get it. Is there anything here that could be Googleable, do you think? No idea. No idea why this would be relevant at all. Not sure. Okay, well, let's go back to what we're looking at. Okay, so he claimed the Kitchen Tales book was plagiarized. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. These stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook. So that's how he got that done, okay. So what about Christine Garland? No, nothing, okay. So nothing here. Ah, Zimmer, there it is. Rochelle Zimmer. So they owned the restaurant. bookmarks. So they both closed their businesses in 92. Okay. Nothing seems relevant though. This seems like a rabbit hole that nothing's come out of. Christine Garland used to work on her mother's farm. I think maybe the only information is that maybe Garland is the surname for one of these women, like this one, right? Elizabeth. So no, it won't be Elizabeth Garland though. It will be Elizabeth someone else, because Garland won't be her maiden name. Whatever it's called. There's also Elizabeth. How are we going to search for people without their surnames though? Like, how would we even begin to look into this sort of stuff? So that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Yeah, true. Could cycle through everything. This is the same article as before, I think. Ah, the Bess Williams book, yeah. Where's the farm? The first Anderson Maple Farm. Yeah. Yeah, so they've scrubbed his history from the websites. Mark Sanchez. Wasn't there was someone called Sanchez before, right? Cicely Sanchez. So these were the pilot and co-pilot. Foul play has been ruled out. Trisha King was on the cabin crew of the Roottrees private jet. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion. Jesus. So we can look at the locals for this stuff. Kurt Johnson. The son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. So that's all the information we've got so far. We know that David Fellows has been confirmed. So this affair is confirmed to have happened, and he is a Rootree. We don't know who the affair was with, other than Guy, who's one part. And then we think this is probably true. Elias cheated with an Elizabeth, who was a secretary. I don't really know where to go from here. You can go back and look at some of these. She's got Alzheimer's now. Oh, there was a quote from Miracles. Maybe Miracles got something useful. Miracle Rootree. He's going on a new tour. The previous flyer has been replaced, so maybe we can get a new one. Maybe. Apparently not. He's now in his 70s. Is there anything of note here? No. So that's not been updated, so that's not any use. Okay. Here we go. Chris Rafferty's prodigy site seems to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. So Chris Rafferty... Oh, it's this guy, yeah. Yeah, so he had the pictures of his cousins on here that were all mixed up, right? It was these two... No, it was these two, and her. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Okay, so he's done like a Q&A, FAQ kind of stuff. Yes, he's the son of Clark Rafferty, but he didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. Okay. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number. He was happy to hear from me and now calls me once a month. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember, what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. Also, we've got this picture. That's good. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottree curse website. Wait, what? Ernie was poisoned? Or maybe he emailed, when he says he emailed stuff including proof, he means proof that he wasn't poisoned. Maybe. Okay. Well, let's look at this then. According to Chris, it's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was. So this is gonna be someone he cheated on, probably, right? But this is Guy Hudson. No, this is Guy Hudson, right? This is him. Who else did he say was in the thing? Him, his father. Okay. So this will be Clark, which has another photo. That's good. There we go. And then we've got a woman. Now, when would this have been set? Like, what time of... When he was 5. So we need to figure out a timeline. Now he's called Criffrath 75. Does that mean he was born in 75, and so this would be 1980? If he's born in 75, that makes sense because it's only he'd be what 20. He'd be 23 now, which does check out. So if that was 1980, it's gonna be one of the later infidelities, but it won't be the latest because it says 1982. So it could be this infidelity here. But that's that woman, whoever this woman is. I don't know how we would ever find that out, but we might find it out, probably. But that's something. Ernie Madsen. I really want to find this. It says cover of a magazine. I wish I knew what magazine it was so we could search for it. 5Ps appeared on a cover of a magazine. Does it say anywhere what magazine it was? News Time. There we go. A week later, Miracle Roottrie appeared on the cover in an article that heavily focused on 5Ps. Okay, let's have a look. Because we should get faces now. So this is the new Miracle photo. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on. He starts out with 6 pieces content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out that Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottree, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. Edward Clancy. Edward Clancy Roottrie, wasn't he? Yeah. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Then he said it was his own choice, and Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from Six Pieces. Yeah, there's a lot of claims. Everything's been definitely false. He focuses on 5Ps. He calls him a grifter. He turns to the future. The Miracles Roottrees are planning a touring. He's the oldest living Roottrees at 71. Miracle's son did not watch the comment. And he has a quote from Clark. The article does also not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottrees, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. Okay. We've clicked that, haven't we? Yeah. And this is Felix Fellows. And he's holding a photo of Sam. But sadly we don't get that photo, do we? Oh, we do. What does that say? Roottree family picnic. Oh, okay. So they were on a company picnic, and they had shirts printed for their company picnic. That's okay. Joanna. He was Zach Morden's secretary. So Zach Morden was the previous guy. Okay. So this person's called Joanna, but we don't know the last name, right? Unless Fellows is in, yeah, probably might be right. And once we put this in, it should validate. Okay, so it's not Joanna Fellows then. It's not Joanna Fellows.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Sure, I guess.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others.
I mean, I am getting paid like a metric fuck ton, I guess, for it. So I guess if you're paying someone like hundreds of thousands of pounds, I guess they're entitled to trauma dump on you a little bit, I suppose.
Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions.
So she can tell me who that is?
You're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on.
Regina
and some company
Clementine.
records I managed to track down.
Mary Beth Clementine.
The records are quite dense, but hope.
Okay. Ooh, a lot of new shit. But we know one thing we need to take out. She's not Fellows. So maybe Fellows is the name of her spouse, and then he took his name, maybe. So I don't know what her birth name is. I like how he's got 3 more photos because we're going to find a lot more photos of him cheating with other women. And so he's got a lot of photos to fill out. So let's have a look. Let's have a quick look through these. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Okay. He overdosed it when he was 16. As Felix went through her belongings, the only thing he'd remembered her by were a hairbrush, some photos, and a stuffed animal. He found a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away apart from one photo. The only one where they were dressed. Okay. He was born Felix Fellows to Riley and Joanna Fellows. So we know it's Riley Fellows. So we don't know her birth name though. Ah, actually, she won't be she could be Fellows, actually. It might be wanting me to put Fellows, but usually it's the maiden name you put in here, right? But she might not be a secretary anymore, obviously, if they moved. She's like is a drug addict on here. What does it say anything about what she did? Movie rental store where she worked at the register. What would that be? A cashier? Yeah, okay. Nothing useful. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrees company as a secretary sometime in the early to mid-70s. She died of a drug overdose, and then he went into foster care. Yeah, okay. Well, that's something. I'm going to put her surname back as Fellows, just in case, and it might... either we find out the truth, or it'll auto-validate next time. Okay, this is Regina Clementine, Nee Salazar. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. He's a police officer in New Orleans. Okay. By the time I received her letter in court, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. So... ah, so it's the husband that might be. So Stuart Clementine might be a Roottrie. He's estranged and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. Okay. So his mother was Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s. A singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. Maybe this is why Miracle does not want Oh, yeah, it is Miracle, because I don't know if they intentionally did this or not, but there is no segment here to put in a new photo for Miracle, but we have one, right? We have a new photo of Miracle. So I think this might be a bug. I think they maybe, or maybe it's not a bug, it's just they needed, it gives it away, right? We've got a new photo of Miracle, and you can't put it in on his original portrait, which you can for the others. Like I could put this one in, for example. So this one has to be Miracle. And he was a preacher. But it makes sense why he's being so defensive about not wanting to look into any of these affairs, I guess. Mary Beth Clementine. And she was a singer? Musician, maybe? She was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times, and Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. So I'm gonna put... Oh, there's two possibles here though. I'll put it here, because it doesn't say anything about breaking up, right? What was her? It was it? What was her? Regina, right? Regina Clementine. Yes. Regina Salazar. We don't have a photo of that. Wait, who was that photo of? That was Hudson, right? Yeah, we'll put that there. Okay. Oh, wait. But Mary Beth Clementine, it won't be her maiden name either. Because this guy will have to be called Clementine, surely. Or unless, actually, this could have happened after this. So this could be her maiden name. And then she married someone. So this could be a different surname. So this one and this one might not be Clementine. Okay. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email, and they printed it anyway. Yep. She was a singer. Between those years, she traveled in the country. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs. The only one you was a cover of "He's Got the Whole World in His Hands." See, I sang this when I was in school. This was one I know this song. He's got the whole world in his hands. I know this song. I sang it like almost every day while I was in school. They forced us to sing a lot of Christian songs. New Edison is a small record label. Yeah, these good old assemblies. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison. I guess because they had the name. Yeah, some of them aren't bad. Some of them aren't bad to sing along to, for sure. The Old Rugged Cross. Can we get a song, another MP3 download, a print out of the MP3? Sterling Edison got into a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. Nothing here. Let's go back to this page. She was known for adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Ah. But if she's saying that she adopted them, maybe that was a cover for her getting pregnant herself? I don't know. She spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the Congress, who were convening to debate the first adoption of an African American child to a white family. Oh, she's specifically there to detail her experiences going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later under unusual circumstances. So it could be her other son is the infidelity. She's been twice divorced. Both times to her manager. Okay. Which is the guy who ran the record company? Is that it? What was his name? Sterling Edison. So, Sterling Edison. Okay. Oh no, that's not there. I thought it was on the other one. Here. So we're gonna get a picture of him as well at some point. This ended her career to her religious audience. She passed away a couple of years ago of a stroke. Okay. So can we look up like Mark Clementine maybe? Ooh. So let's put Mark Clementine up on here. Let's see what he does. Crocodile Clementine. He's a criminal. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. There's a very small note about him from being the basket baby of 1950. What? In 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Oh. She was a... Okay, so this is the unusual circumstances. Okay, so they left... According to the rumors, she found a baby in a basket and adopted him. Okay. Interesting. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot after he tried to board the wrong airplane's plane while being drunk. Then he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier. He was bitten in the foot by a crocodile and got caught. We've got his mugshot. Okay, good. In 93 he was released on parole. His freedom didn't last long. He was arrested again in 94 for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. He's the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School. He was punched by the crocodile Clementine, and everyone did a story on it. Billy saw Mark hop into the graduation stage and say, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "Alright, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Okay. Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor. Okay. Interesting. Is there anything else we want to look at from this page? Portland Telegraph. There we go. This might be useful actually, getting that. Because we can search for a lot of the other stuff on there. I was looking for one from Portland. Thing is, it says he lost his job as a pilot. But I'm guessing he was still transporting smuggled animals. So I'm guessing he's still classified as a pilot. I guess I'll still put it in here. And we've got a photo, don't we? Somewhere in here. This guy. Okay. We'll put him in. And we'll see. We don't know who his daughter is. Or who his spouse was, but it is what it is. So we've got a confidential folder. Oh, here's Mary Elizabeth, or Mary Beth, or whatever her name was. Okay. So this is Stuart. And this is, I guess, the other Mark. This is Mark. And then this is Mary Beth Clementine. And who's this? Is this Miracle? Doesn't look like him, right? Because he always wears that rainbow tie. I guess we'll just shove in what we know for now. Maybe it's Edison Sterling. Could be. Singer. Stewart is the older guy. We can't verify this one yet. So how many have we got? We've got 3 verified. And this woman. Which means this woman is not Fellows. Because we know everything else is right. So she doesn't have the last name Fellows. We need to find out what that is. But I think we've got 3 pretty confirmed photographs of who these people are. This could be Sterling Edison. Wait, no, this should be correct as well, right? So something here is wrong if these 4 aren't. Yeah, he was charged with trespassing and assault. Because he boarded, I guess because he boarded the wrong airplane to try and pilot it, I'm assuming, right? He tried to get into the pilot's whatever it's called, cockpit, I guess. So something here is wrong then. What he is with trafficker? Is trafficker a thing? No. Incarcerated is not a thing. Criminal is not a thing. So something here is wrong. But I don't know what. Maybe he's not a police officer anymore? Maybe the pilot's thing's not right? Maybe Mary Beth's real last name isn't Clementine, I don't know. But Mark Crocodile Clementine should be right. And his brother Stuart should be right as well, right? Oops. But then it's a police officer. Something here about Portland, right? We can look at that. This is the same. Yeah, he was still flying, so he has to be a pilot, right? Nothing from Mary Beth. I'll just shove this in here for now. I'm trying to think what else I could change here. I mean, she was definitely a musician. He was definitely a police officer. He was definitely a pilot. He's definitely a preacher, right? Because it says it up here, right? Yes. So this should be the same thing from down here. Unless it's his son. That cheated, but it seems unlikely. The time frame I don't think would work. I think he would have been too young, I assume. What was Stuart Clementine? It was needing New Orleans. I wish I could get a New Orleans like newspaper or something, and then I could look into that. But we can't. Okay, let's just look through some other stuff then, shall we? Yeah. Right, well, let's dig into this then. Spy searching people just because they are listed in this book will be likely a very time-consuming and a waste of my time. Okay. Elizabeth Cray. I'm going to search this. Where would we even look for it? Nothing. Beth Knox. So this was when Zach was president. There's Joanna Robertson. Yeah, now we'll find out which one was wrong. Ah, so her last name probably wasn't Clementine, I guess? Maybe? Ah, so Edison Sterling wasn't her spouse either. So the last name is wrong here. And we got the picture, but we don't know who this is. Okay. But all that's locked in otherwise. Good to know. Ah, farm. There's Elizabeth Farrow here. She was talking about... What was it? She was talking about... Which one was it? It was this one. One of Sam's farm supervisors named Elizabeth. So it was someone Pharaoh. We should look up someone Pharaoh, I guess. We can look up Elizabeth Pharaoh in some way. If I can find exactly how it's spelled. Oh, I did spell it right, okay. So, look at the Butler County Times. Nothing there. But it's going to be someone's daughter, so maybe someone Pharaoh. If we see that, that would be useful. What's the next year? Zach's retiring. Patrick Decker was hired apparently. Ernest Madsen Jr. is now listed to product management. Christine Pharaoh. Nothing. That was in 76. So that must be this next one if it is the same. I'm going to chuck it in there just so I have it on record. And she was a secretary, but she probably didn't stay as a secretary. John Miller's no longer employed. So they fired John Miller and Eli C. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary. Jesus. And Gwyneth Madsen was hired. In 76, okay. Oh, so there's no info to be learned from this anymore. This one has still got one, which I'm guessing is this, Christina Barrow, right? Joanna Robertson is no longer listed among secretaries, but Joanna Fellows has been added. Yeah, okay. So she got married, I guess, during that year. Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. There's another Elizabeth Cravensworth. Isn't this... Haven't we seen this one before? His name. Cravensworth. Rafa Tunes is now listed as office staff. The classic. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed. Christine Garland is no longer working. Beatrice Watson, Corinne Swartz. Michael Crane, Thomas Green. Elizabeth Farrow is no longer employed. Emily Seinfeld. Sam Cottrell was hired. Sam Cottrell is her daughter, right? Oh no, here. So he married her. Susan Ford was hired as an interpreter for a year. Interesting. They were trying to develop caviar for $10,000 a month. A lot of travel expenses and another butterscotch flavor development. A lot of parties and shit. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. And Emily Barnes. So Emily Seinfeld marries to Emily Barnes. Susan Ford is let go. A lot of what's this? The Grandorf Dove. School for the Deaf. So this is why the interpreter was needed, probably. Yeah, he's been trying caviar. The caviar has been in development for 3 years. It's currently cost like $360,000. Okay. Ford. The Hudson Wing. Let's look at this up. Let's look at this up in the local times. Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. From this year, mentions that the Ford sisters are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from 2 different genetic issues. One of them has asthma and the other one has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, who is principal, looking to identify if there was any sets of twins where one was born deaf and one was not. She didn't have any twins attending her school. She asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful. They couldn't be more different. My youngest is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learnt to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of an extrovert, and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. What? So, considering we're just randomly getting given a picture of these 2 girls, means they're going to be relevant. I can deduce that much. The question is, okay, so they are in high school. But this is this year, so this has to be quite a late affair then. Because this is 17, so this might be the last affair then. I'm just going to shove their pictures in here. I don't know who's going to be who, but just so I've got a mental note of this being this. And this is Susie Ford, which might not be her real last name, or her original last name, and she is a principal of the school for the deaf. And these two are in school. We know that much. Right? Yes. So, my youngest is shy, but she's running. Melissa and Heather. But we don't know which one's the younger one. Is this going to give us anything, do you think? Probably not. So, the keyword in that Booklet Times article is local. Okay. A local production. Anyway, so the kid on the right is holding an EpiPen. So this one has the so this one is the youngest one. Wait, what? Let me just read that again. So my youngest is only by 15 minutes. Is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running. Yeah, asthma has kept the older one. So the older one has asthma. Okay. And the younger one has an EpiPen. So, one is called Melissa. Occupation asthmatic, yeah. Yeah, one of them allergic to peanuts, one's asthmatic. But we don't know who her daughters are. Melissa, I would say this is going to be the oldest. If she's framing it like this, maybe Melissa's the oldest. So I'm going to put Melissa Ford here. And what was the other one called? Heather Ford. And we can just see if they get validated or not, right? No idea who the spouse would be. And we haven't got a picture of the mum, right? Doesn't look like it. But then Susan Ford. Yeah, not sure. So Guyton died in 82. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended. And all of the secretaries were let go. Susan Ford is no longer employed. Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. Nothing on him though. Catherine Garrett no longer employed. This carryout was still in development. So it cost them like $400,000 and they didn't get anything out of it. Okay. Root Clothing was the brand that they were working on, yeah. Okay, so Susan Ford. Is there a way we can go to the? Have we looked at this? Susan Ford. Nothing. Susie Ford. This is the same thing, isn't it? I don't want to search. I want to search it on Butler County. Heather Ford. Yeah, we already knew their names, right? Or does that give us the idea of who's the older one? Because in the other page, it was talking about who was in the thing, right? Yes, the older sister is the one performing, which means this has to be the older sister, and the older sister has, yeah, so Melissa is not the younger sister, so this is Heather, and this is Melissa. There we go. That will help. So these two should be correct. So what else have we got? We haven't got anything else that's fully locked in yet. So it's only these two. We've got potentially a Pharaoh, Christine Pharaoh here, which we need to look into more. And we need to try and get a picture of Susan Ford somehow. Not sure how. And we can add this photo there. We also need to try and find out who the Elizabeth that he slept with is. Because this doesn't go back far enough. It's possible that Elizabeth Cravenworth could still be... Is there a Pharaoh in here? Because what was Elizabeth Pharaoh again? We haven't listed her as anything. Christine Pharaoh, that's it, yes. So, Elizabeth Pharaoh was in here. Somewhere, there it is. And then Christine Pharaoh was hired. Wait, so doesn't it mean Christine... Yeah, Christine Pharaoh is the one that... Yeah, because it was a daughter of someone who worked at the farm. Was hired, yes. And then she got married to someone... called Christine... to someone with the last name Garland. Oh wait, no, this wraps around then, right? Isn't this... Oh. No. So Steve. So it could be Steve Garland in some way. Stephen Garland, maybe? When she delivered produce from her mother's farm. But then she's got a bun in the oven. She's a secretary. Still says she's a secretary. I'm just going to shove that in there just in case. And then they've got potential kids. But her mum did work on the farm, and then she briefly got hired as a secretary. Interesting. I don't know if it will... Yeah, it probably will be this one then, because it was an early one, wasn't it? And it won't be this one because this doesn't have any mention of a marriage. Could be this one, but this implies the marriage has been split up, and it seems quite late. If this is like 1976 that this is happening, this is like right, pretty early. Beth Knox. We need to know who Beth Knox is as well. She got fired around the same time. Nothing was found. Look for... Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Still an 8 on this guy. So Sanchez has to be involved somewhere. There was a other Sanchez that there was 2 Sanchez's, right? Has to be something involved in it. What was the other guy called though? I can't remember. Something Sanchez was there. Maybe it was in the logs here, in the in here somewhere. Corinne Swartz, Emily Seinfeld. Nothing. Yeah, Susan Phil got moved to office staff. Something there was something about a Sanchez, another Sanchez. Now Sanchez is a very common surname, so I don't expect it to go anywhere. But it might be in this game. It might be more tell. Considering it says there's 8. It says there's 8 things that you can get from this. I have no idea. We've already looked at it from in here, right? I think that's one thing we did use this for. Is there anything else on Picot would be useful? Try doing Roottrees. Nothing. The big sass sea bass. The issue has become a collector's item. If I search for that, what if I search for that in... Yeah, it's not contained. Something about a Sanchez. The Hudson Wing. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before Hudson Wing even existed, to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. She convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. She became the first teacher at the new campus. So if we find out if there's... How do we find out who was deaf, who worked at Roottrees? Probably will be listed in here somewhere, because they hired an interpreter. Specifically, where did she get hired? Here. right? Susan Ford was hired in 79. So, does that mean someone, maybe Emily Seinfeld, or someone who got hired, or Lisa Lewis, or Valerie Ewing, Juliet McCullen, Doris May. Oh no, these got fired. These won't be these. Beatrice Watts, Corinne Swartz. One of these could be. Ah. Interesting. She was harassed in the Anonymom thing. Accused her of being an Anonymom. Okay. So this doesn't look like it. It could be any one of these women that was hired around the same time as the interpreter, right? Because you kind of want to hire the interpreter when you're hiring a deaf person, I suppose. If no one can speak it. Oh, what we can do is look who was let go, because she was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. So who got hired this year and then got let go the next year? Corinne Swartz and Beatrice Watts are no longer employed. Valerie Ewing and Lisa Lewis. So there's all 4 of those women were hired and fired. So I guess we look for all of them. We've looked at Corinne Swartz so far. Beatrice Watts, nothing here. Nothing. Lisa Lewis. Nothing. Valerie Ewing. Nothing. Not sure then. Yeah, so Susan Ford no longer works in the department in 1980, which means it probably wouldn't be these anyway, because these are in 81. So it's probably one of these two. I don't know. Corinne Swartz is the only one that has an actual page, but they verified she's not anonymom. But that doesn't mean she's not involved. And she did say she has a child. Her child's middle school aged. Which she could be here or here if she's only had 1 child. Corinne Swartz. Let's see if we can find anything. But it does say it doesn't. This is like the game telling you it's not true, right? It does. It explicitly says it doesn't look like she could have been involved in any potential affairs on my tree. So I think this is probably dead end. Unless this is the game explicitly lying to me, right? Yeah. It's like this 10 years... Her son's 10 years too old or whatever. Too young or something, I don't know. So yeah. I'm not sure now where to go. So the farm supervisor we know is Elizabeth Farrow, and then her daughter is called Christine Farrow, and I think this is her. She's either here or here, right? Oh no, probably here, because I know she has a she was married, so it's probably here. I don't know what her last name. How do we find out Mary Beth's last name? Unless she's no longer a musician, but then what would she be? A housewife, maybe? She's become a baby. But we know something was wrong here because it didn't validate. And her last name seems to be the most common thing, most obvious thing to change. What's weird is we've got this picture, and then we've got Sterling Edison. It says leading to a divorce. Oh, it does, yeah. But we put Sterling Edison in here and it didn't verify. So that's probably not his real name then, is it? Maybe it's Sterling Clementine. And then her maiden name is something different, potentially. Nothing in there. What about the music? Who went by Sterling Edison, so could well be a completely different guy's name. Not sure on that one. There's not many clues here then. There's still 4 pieces of evidence that need to be put in here. Let's re-go over some of this stuff. This hasn't changed. Oh yeah, the Lossius Heaven Roottrees. That's fine. Yeah, the Family Man book. Oh, we got something new. Carolyn Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript. This transcript is only her answers and is missing the questions. Okay. On 45 minutes. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. Maybe she got left out of the 6, whatever it's called, book. Yes and no. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. Who did she divorce? She divorced Mark Landon. What did he do again? Let's Google her quickly. Mark Landon. Landon. No, I can't remember what he did. Or maybe she's saying... Maybe it's because she came out as gay, right? She came out as gay, and that's why she divorced her husband, right? Because she wanted to marry or become engaged to Eloise, and that's why the family just because the family was already pretty gay hating, I guess, at the time, and so maybe that's what she's talking about. She's my wife. Not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. I was 20 and I just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. Yeah, so she's pissed at the family for fucking her son over, basically, right? I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Her father was this guy, yes. Okay. He's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically a drunk. Or high. Or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than Guy's, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I preferred that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. So this is she's talking about the current manager, I guess now. This guy. Clark Rabbitsy. So this is the sixth president. He's talking about the... This is talking about Carl, who's the fifth president. This is the fourth president. And then this is the third president. Okay, so she was just talking about that. Okay. Interesting. What? Does that actually give us any info? No, it doesn't. There's nothing new we can learn from that, according to this. Okay. But it does say that she went... The only thing it does say is that she went to Europe and lost a tooth and a client. So does that mean he maybe cheated in Europe and the husband found out and beat him up or something? And took away his business or something? I don't know. Yeah. Not sure. Too bad we don't have any older records of the older secretaries that he might have cheated on. I don't think we can find that out, right? Because this is 1921. That's so much like we've got records from 1975, but 75 to 82 basically. We don't have any records that go that far back. Is there anything else we can look in here? Let's go for the go through this bit again. Sent some mail out to Diamonds. I didn't mention they didn't spend a lot of time near or around the candy community. What's the currently comments? The best of album got released. Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing fine, so there's probably there's nothing going on there. Okay. So they're probably fine. But we kind of know who the 3 cheaters are, right? The alleged cheaters. Hudson, Miracle, Elias. So... trying to think, how can we get anything more validated? I'm not sure how we're ever going to find out what Mary... I'm going to just put Clementine back in and we'll figure it out if we ever find something else. But this one didn't validate. That's the weird thing. Does it say anything about what happened afterwards? It says that she still performed, so she must still be considered the musician, right? And she's been both twice to a manager Sterling. But what is his last name? Is it Sterling Clementine? Who knows? Yeah, it could be Preacher. But she lost, the thing is, she lost the religious audience. So, it's unlikely she's going to lose her religious audience and then change careers to becoming a preacher. It's unlikely. It's more likely she'll go and still perform music, but to non-religious audiences. But yeah. Named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Maybe we just switch the names up and go Edison. No, Edison's not even a first name here, so... Sterling Edison. I know this isn't right, though. Record producer who was called himself Edison was not immediately added as not actually being named Edison. So it was Edsel. Sterling Edsel, maybe? He changed his name because it was a German last name? Interesting. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably why it didn't. It's probably Sterling Edsel then. That's why it didn't verify last time, validate. Okay. Sounds good. So that should be set up. I don't know about the Clementine, Marybeth Clementine stuff though. I don't know. But you'd think it should be. So that's why I'm thinking maybe the musician thing's not right anymore. We'll just leave it there for now. So we want a picture of Susan Ford. That's what we want. How are we going to get that? Let's go through some of these pages and see if there's anything. that we haven't looked into? It's Danish. It was founded by a deaf person called Grandorf, who was Danish. Don't know if that's relevant at all. She's not deaf, but learned it. And then that's that. It was sent of a crime article in '82. Someone defaced the school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson wing. Okay. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes. He was a former student at the school. The destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. Aha. And this is probably this one. They probably broke up. What was it? What was his name? Thomas. But that means her maiden name is not Hughes. So, but this is probably, her last name is probably Hughes. Whoever this child is. They began the divorce proceedings. Seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances. Okay. Well, this gives us this one set up a little bit. Let's do some digging. Ah, it just read it says Mrs. Hughes. Like, how are we gonna find out who the other person is? Yeah. How are we gonna find out who? He was a former student, so he was deaf. I'd guess, right? And she's a teacher. I'll put this in. I'll put teacher. Wait, what? Teacher's not in here? Professor? What would you... The newest teacher. What would teacher be under then? Not if it's not teacher. Professor? This doesn't sound right, does it? Maybe she's not a teacher anymore. Maybe she either became principal or became a professor somehow. I don't know. I guess we'll just wait on that one. Okay, so this is at least something. On most of Hudson's cheating, we've got something going on. Thomas Hughes. How are we going to get any info on this guy if he doesn't exist on anything else? Died in a car crash. Okay. So there's something in Brazil as well. Can we just search for Brazil? uh, yeah, some kind of... Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. I'm guessing we can't get until we get some records from back then. How are we ever going to find that? It's not going to be possible, right? So I think this is kind of locked out to us until we receive some information. I don't know. I can't imagine ever being able to search and randomly get something here from this line. It seems so unlikely. All we know is she's called Elizabeth, right? We could literally go through every single name, but that seems a bit shit. The records are from the 70s, though, not the 20s. So I'm imagining... There was that one person actually who worked for 50 years and they got retired. And got like that big payout, right? Beth Knox, Elizabeth Knox. I think I've already searched for this. But she worked for 50 years. Which means she got hired in 26. Which... is actually later than this, so I don't know if it actually makes sense. Unless she met him 5 years before, had the affair, and then he hired her randomly 5 years later? Not sure. We can do another search. I think I've already searched for Elizabeth Knox, though. I'll search her on the... I don't know if I've searched her here. No. What about just Beth Knox? No. Yeah. So I don't know if that actually has anything mega useful. I know in one of these it says where they're positioned, right? She is a secretary. She's a secretary that's worked as a secretary for 50 years. So... there is some... I'm just going to put it in here for now, just so it's in my mind. But how... I'm not sure how I'm going to search for any of the info. If she's not in the spider search and she's not in the local county times, I can't fathom how I would ever search for her aside from that, right? So I'm guessing I have to wait. Yeah, true. Yeah, I just don't know how I'm going to get any more info until I get something else I can go off of, because if I've searched for her both in here and here, and there's nothing, it doesn't look like I can do anything about it. I'm guessing they're going to come back in, like Sam is going to come back in and give me more documents or whatever, right? At some point. I mean, I'm going to see someone again in the next validation, so I'm guessing this is probably as good as I can do at the moment. Maybe we can learn something more about Mark Clementine, because we've got a spouse that we don't know about. And he's a pilot, but he was the criminal, right? He famously punched Vinnie Sims, but we searched this guy and he didn't have anything of him. Yeah, and then he did a wrestling move. But why would he? Maybe he cheated on his wife or something, and that's why they're broken up. I don't know how I would. Maybe this. We could go Google this one. It's in San Diego. I don't know how we would get until we get given the the San Diego Times or something. I don't know how we'd ever search for this in more local news. He had to make an emergency landing in Portland, so maybe we can search the Portland time with Mark Clementine. Was flying between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver. He was caught by this, yada yada yada. He was arrested. Nothing super duper interesting there. And I don't think Mary Beth Clementine has as a thing. What about Stuart? Nothing. Maybe we can look up Sterling Edsel now and get some more info. Or Edsel. Maybe not then. No longer newsworthy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been, it hasn't had 20 years of internet searches to feed from. I guess it's still very new in 1999. Regina Clementine email has one piece of information that I need to put into it. So I've already put, she's already locked in. I want to get like the New Orleans Times or something. Husband, police officer. Then we've got Mary Beth Clementine. I'm guessing this is the thing that hasn't been locked in. Because I can't see what it is. It must be her, right? It must be that has no, because nothing else in here seems particularly interesting. It must be the name here. Let me look at anything I can do from here, like this. This was mentioned again. Marybeth Quaker, there it is. That'll be her maiden name. So does that mean this guy is called Edsel Clementine or something? I'll just put it in just to... Oh no, it can't be, because Edsel is not a first name. So I'm still going to put Sterling. Marybeth Quaker. Okay, so this should be locked in. So we should have potentially 3 things locked in now. We just need to get one more thing. Like a picture for Ford Susan. Or Pharaoh Christine. And we should be able to get some validations going. So this should be what we get from this. I don't know how this is going to have 2 degrees of information. Who wrote this one again? The Kitchen Tales? It was some guy, right? And he sued them for it? Kitchen Tales. Mark Zimmer. Mark Zimmer was married to the person who owned the restaurant. And the restaurant was Antonelli's. And who worked at Antonelli's? I looked at the one in Portland. Rochelle Zimmer owned it in '92. It was the Garlands. This one. So this has to be something we can do. But nothing comes up for that. So they want to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. So maybe they, or a restaurateur or a chef or something, right? She's probably not a secretary anymore, right? You'd think? I don't know. We'll leave that for now. Rochelle Zimmer. And then here in bookmarks, yeah. Nothing new there, okay. Gourmet for the groovy. Maybe there's something in here. Maybe we can just Google this. No. I want to know where it's... Does it say something? Yeah, it means they did move. It means they did move to Boston, right? So it says former Butler County resident. So he has moved by this point. I don't know how to We can look at the what's it called? Kitchen Tales. I think we've already done this though, right? We looked at Kitchen Tales here. Oh, it was re-released. Maybe we haven't done this then. Garnishing the Truth. Maybe Thingamajig re-released it. Steve Garland re-released it. And we might get a picture of him or his wife. Aha! James and Robert, you're becoming amazing men. Hey. I'll just shove them in here. Don't know who's who yet, but I just want to get info out on there. Incredible chefs. Okay, good, good. Information's information. I guess I'm a good teacher. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at Karen's brew house over a game of darts. By the end of the game, we had agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. I moved to Boston so we could hang out. Okay. Does this help us in any way, other than telling us their kids' names? It doesn't give us any pictures or anything, does it? James, oh, we need the Boston Gazette or whatever the fuck it's called. Can we get that? The Boston Gazette. If we can figure out what it's called. Boston Telegraph. Okay, well. So we need to figure out. I don't know if we're going to get anything else from these until we can search more locally, right? James Garland, Robert Garland. They're both chefs. Apparently. How old would they be, though? She got pregnant in 1978, and they said they eloped the year after, so they would be 20. One of them would be 20, and one of them would be, I guess, maybe younger. That's something, at least. What would be new here? Aha! Here, maybe something here. Oh. No, never mind. Is there anything unusual here? Fred Gleason also retired after 50 years. Oops. How do I delete that? Getting these photos is a real nightmare. But we should have 3 out of 4 locked in now. We just need to find a photograph or something. It's got to be something to do with Cicely Sanchez as well, because how has this got 8 pieces of information? It's like 3 paragraphs. I don't understand. Bixas Seabass. You find a recently finished online auction listed a copy at over $1,000. Hmm. We really need a copy of it, right? Like a full copy of it. But I can't see anything here that could be useful. I just can't see how this can provide 8 pieces of information. But it says it could it could lead to right. Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to lead us down a rabbit hole. I reckon it's got something to do with Cicely Sanchez then, right? Because it leads to more information. But she was commissioned to write a book for Guy Hudson. Maybe we'll just go through this again. I think we've already looked at this, like. That's out of print. Portrait of a Changed Man. This comes from this. Yeah. There's just talk though, there's nothing here. There's nothing there. But there was another Sanchez, wasn't there? I can't remember who it was. I definitely saw the surname Sanchez somewhere. I don't know if it was in here or not. Don't think it was. How can you cross-reference visits overseas in here? Like, from the expenses? But it doesn't really say anything, does it? Ah, here we go, yeah. So he went to Australia, China, France, and Brazil. Well, we know he went to France already and Brazil. They were both mentioned. But he also went to Australia and China in '79. Anything here? No. Nothing there either. Okay. So those for Van Gogh. Maybe he's involved. Okay. Well, I think we need to just go back through some of these ones then, right? And try and find out where I found another Sanchez. Yeah. It's Ruby Spratt. She's the one who is the lawyer. Maybe it was in one of these. Maybe it was around Felix Ferres, maybe. Hmm. Just rescan these. Mark Sanchez. That's where it came from. But he was just the pilot. So Cicely Sanchez was hired to write a book. But let's put this in here. Nothing relevant there. Okay. I'm guessing it's probably not relevant at all then. And then Kurt Johnson. I'll have a look for him. Nothing. And then Trisha King is also here. Elizabeth Nicholson, we'll search for that, might as well. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer. Not sure. I'm not sure. I'm at a dead end right now. This must have something to do with the Sanchez's, but because there's nothing else here, right? Guy Hudson's already locked in. There's nothing else here. It's something to do with the book and the photos. We'd love to get hold of them, but I don't think this has any information here that would help us at all. Considering we can't get a full copy of this, sadly. What's next? This one. Yeah. But we've already used a lot of stuff off here. And then all about the Beth. Which we think we have figured out who that Beth is, but we can't do much about it, right? Right, so we might need to go over some old stuff here. All the image links are broken, okay. We'll try and get this one again, because this might have something new on it. Charles Lee. No, nothing new. There's November Roottrees. Nothing new there. What was Brian Jones's company again? This is one that I tried to find out, but I can't remember what it was called. What was his? It was like a printing company. I don't know how to find that info out again. What was the printing company was called? So I'd like to read that, because it says her occupation can be found via the company's website, but I'd like to find that website, but I don't know how to. I don't know if it'll actually, it probably wouldn't give any relevant information to this particular game, but yeah. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. What? Did that happen? Historical letters. Is that true? This whole thing with Ron Roottrees stepping down is odd, isn't it? This is just a joke, basically. Then. Okay. So he's got the Ron Roottrees. Business watch. Let's look at that. What really happened with the root tree? They have a source on the inside. They were worried he would get the gut that Glance had trust to remove Robbie Roottry. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Guys Like Us remake. Oh, Cameron Diaz is going to be in it. Okay. Right, Ron Roottrees dropped out in the wake of a serious medical issue. Interesting. Okay. Nothing super interesting here. Oh, maybe this was it. Maybe he left because of this. He cancelled the move because his mother died. Or something, I don't know. Okay, Robbie Roottry was released from French prison. He hasn't returned to the United States. They made amends. Okay, that's fair enough. What else can we search for? Caroline's art book. Okay, this probably isn't that much more useful then. I'm not really sure what I meant to look for next. Yeah, it's the same article. This whole Anonymom thing seems useless. I don't know if we've re-looked at this one. Nothing new there. And then they handed all the control over to Ruby Legal, which I've already looked through. Ruby Sprat. think we've looked at all of these bits now. I mean, maybe there's some way we can get this photo they took or something. If we look through, I don't know what it'd be in, like some tabloidy thing. That hasn't been updated. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so it doesn't look like much more we can get off this right now, at least. It's not. Ah, but she's called Gwyneth Madsen or something, right? Isn't she? Yes. Maybe Gwyneth Cattrall will be mentioned somewhere. Sam Cattrall. Not sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think you just have to basically just try everything everywhere, right? I basically want to get Susan Ford Ford's photo. That's my goal. So I'm just going to search her everywhere, and also Susie Ford, which is what she's known. But most stuff gives you absolutely nothing, so it's hard to actually find the actual information. Yeah, we've already gone through everything here. Miss Susie Ford, who's a principal at the nearby... Principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf. Just wish there was a picture of her. Can't believe there's no picture. Like, where are we going to find the picture of her? Unless it's given to us sometime later or something, right? If no article is attached to her has any picture from her, it has to be given to us later, right? There's no way I can randomly find it, surely. It just seems so random. So I think I'm basically stuck until I find one final picture, I think. But I've got no idea how to find it. Nothing here seems useful. I don't think this is useful anymore because I think it's not taken into the account that I've already updated her name. Because it's not locked in, it probably still counts as being good evidence. So I don't think that is useful anymore. And similar thing with the these people haven't been taken off this info list yet either. So I don't know where that would even be in here. I don't think that is in here. I have no idea what this comes from. Like, why does this lead me anywhere? It obviously led me to this stuff. Oh, yeah, it'll be these two. That's what it'll be for, right? It says it will lead you to two pieces of information, and it did. It led me to these two guys, these two names. So this piece of information is probably now useless to me. Until they get locked in, though, it'll keep saying it's got two, probably. But yeah, that did lead me to those two names. So Elizabeth Farrow got fired in '78. Jack Keatings also got fired at the same time. Nothing. Yeah. I don't think we're going to be able to find her photo. I think some of this stuff is just going to have to I think there's some stuff here which I literally cannot find, and I have to wait until they give me more documents, right? I can't imagine how I'd ever be able to find a photo of her. Oh, we need to find out what this photo was. And when this was taken. What year was this? Because this was a secretary, right? He was 5. Which means... if he was born, it was in 1980. So that was a secretary. This could be her. The Thomas Hughes thing. This was 1980. This is an image. Oh, she's got a tattoo on her hand. That's probably going to come into usefulness with identifying her. But now we could look actually at this and see who was employed as in 1980. Who was still employed? Now Corinne got fired. Then we've got Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram, which we could search for, I suppose. I suppose we could, why not? How do you spell it? Ingram? Ingram? Ingram. And Linda Lewis is the other one that got hired in 1980. Catherine Garrett got hired at 81, so she probably wouldn't have worked there. But these guys got fired in 81, which means these were still working here at the time. So Lisa and Linda Lewis, are they related, do you think? So this is Hughes. Thomas Hughes gets upset, and but he doesn't know. It doesn't say what his Doesn't say. So someone defaced it in 82. Which means... it has to be this one, right? But who would he be talking about? 82. Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, Catherine Garrett. Catherine Garrett? Who is this? Have we searched this one before? No, apparently nothing exists. But yeah, so... what? I've searched for Thomas Hughes before. Why did it, what? I guess I'll just search it again. Oh, it was in the local, wasn't it? There. So Thomas Hughes, he married the school's newest teacher. It doesn't tell us who this is at all. It's just someone left, probably earlier than this, obviously. So it will be someone like one of these may have changed their name. Like it could be Valerie Hughes or something now, right? Or Lisa Hughes. Or Corinne Hughes. Beatrice Hughes. Oh, one way we could try and narrow it down is actually see if all the names are in here. Are they all? Beatrice, Corinne... yeah, I think they probably will all be in here. Yeah. So you can't narrow it down through that. But one of them probably is involved somehow. But I think this is too vague to narrow it down, right? We need more information than just looking at who left the company around the same time, right? It's a little too vague. No one called Hughes ever left, right? Like, no one joined or changed name as Hughes, right? Stuart Harmon is no longer employed. Sam Madsen is no longer employed. Amy Sutton was hired. Doesn't look like it. I mean, we could look at every woman here and see if they have any presence at all. What's weird is the one woman that has presence, it specifically says we can't find it, like, what was it, Corinne Swartz? However you spell it. She's the one that has actually any page. Like, normally when you Google someone, nothing comes up. But she actually has one. Which is odd. Like, why would she have one? You know? Why wouldn't they just not include it? But then it explicitly says here it could not have been involved in any of the potential affairs. So it seems odd. The only woman that I can actually find any link to on here explicitly says she's not linked to anything, which is very odd. If they were gonna put that's the thing. If they were gonna put like useless pages up, why didn't they do it to more of them, right? also Elizabeth Cravensworth that got fired or something in 1979. Hmm. Yeah. This definitely leads to more info, but I think we've already put in some of the info in, right? Because it's this whole thing, right? Isn't it? It's the garlands. So it's counting it as 5, but we've already put in a bunch of info. So I don't think that has any info for us anymore. Not that we can use. And this one's useless as well. Maybe I do have to search every name in here then. Yeah, they did say it was a waste of time. I just don't know of any other info I can take. Like, there doesn't seem to be any other worthwhile info to look for. Like, there's usually keywords that you can search for, but there doesn't seem to be anything here. You know? This is just their number. Yeah. So they got like hacked or something, right? It says all evidence from before is still available. But I can't get that evidence anymore, right? It's not here. Unless it's in another page. Or something. How do I, yeah. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Unless I just start Googling random things, which doesn't seem very logical. Yeah, he was 5. Which means it would have been around 1980 this would have happened. So she could be slightly... This could be her. It means she would have to have been working for a while, right? I mean, I might as well shove it in here and see, but that means there's 4 now confirmed. It's unlikely to have been her, because I think this is a little too early. I think she's more likely to be this one or this one, right? And since it didn't fill in, although she's probably not a secretary anymore, she might be a chef now. Or something. CEO of the, restaurant. Nothing here really fits though, right? Because it doesn't say what she went and did. I know he's a chef, and they were going to open a restaurant together. But that doesn't mean she's a chef, right? She could be... She's like the owner. She could be a cashier of the chef. Oh, yeah. I just don't know what she's likely to be a secretary, is what I'm saying. But I don't know what she would be other than that, right? 'Cause I don't think there's any info on her at all. It's Steve Holland, right? Yeah. What was it? Christine Garland. Yeah, so they moved to Boston and opened their restaurant. We know they did this because this was in 1978. So this is 19 years ago. This was posted. We know they did this because on the Kitchen Tales thing, they talk about being in Boston, right? But there's no real. She just delivered produce, right? But she was a secretary at one point. Maybe she's a farmer now. Maybe she opened a farm. Or maybe she's a housewife, actually. I haven't tried the old housewife strat. She could be a housewife. But I don't believe that this is her necessarily, though. I know that she was... The only thing I know that she was a secretary at one point, right? Because I think they mentioned... They mentioned it in one of these things, right? In... this, right? Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Yes, and it's the same person. Met her daughter at a caterer from a local restaurant. Met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped. Then we looked through this one. And then Christine Garland said she met when she did produce. Maybe it's not the same person though. Yeah, she was a chef, not a caterer. He was a chef, not a caterer. So maybe they're not talking about the same thing. But didn't we find an Elizabeth Farrow? We found an Elizabeth Farrow. Oh no, I don't think it was an Elizabeth Farrow actually, was it? It was there's Christine Garland there. Christine Garland. Which is this woman, we think. Which means she can't possibly have been this woman because this was taken in 1980. So this woman is probably one of these two. Most likely this one because of the time. If it happened in 1980, it's most likely the later one. So the woman is probably that then, right? So Christine Garland no longer works here. But what happened to Elizabeth Farrow? Elizabeth Farrow here are no longer employed. So we just need to how did we figure this out? I'm sure we did, right? Elizabeth Farrow was a farm. Maybe we go back one. Christine Farrow, there it is, yeah. So Christine Farrow becomes Christine Garland in 77, which is in the same timeline, right? Because this is... They met They recently married in 78. Yeah, so it makes sense. So they were married in 77. Yeah, so this does make sense. So this is going to be Christine Farrow, but she might have already been pregnant at one of the swinger parties. That's the claim. I think it's unlikely, right? But that's the claim. So this one is correct. We just don't have a photo from her. So which means it does mean though that image could be her, Mrs. Hughes, whatever her maiden name was, but she has to be employed. She has to be employed through 1980. So anyone who gets fired before 1980 is not it. So these can't be it. Christine Garland can't be it. All these can't be it. Now it could be Lisa Lewis, Valerie Ewing, Beatrice Watts, or Corinne Swartz. One of these four could be it. But then these get fired at 1980, and these get fired in 81. But it's gonna have to be one of those four women, right? It has to be, because there's no one else who it could be, right? Yeah, I have no idea how to get a photo. The photos seem really rare. My guess is we would eventually maybe find out what their restaurant is called, and she might be in the background of the photo or something, right? That's my guess. But until we get like a Boston local paper, which I'm assuming maybe we would at some point, I have no clue how we'd even begin to search for that, right? Because we can't search for local stuff on here. Boston local paper. Yeah. But I'm guessing that's how we'll find out, because we also need photos for the Suns as well, right? So, and I don't think they've ever been anywhere but Boston. So we're going to need some sort of news from Boston to get them, I think. I have no idea how we do that. What's he called? Stephen Garland. Yeah, because he's not even on the worldwide. He's on the local because he used to be a resident, right? Oh no, he's not even on here. He's what is it from the? We get him from the. Maybe he's Business Watch because he started a business. No. We got him from the library, right? From the Kitchen Times thing. Because it's like Stephen Garland, and then it's like the delicacies or whatever. Where is that? The delicacies. It's got to be here somewhere, right? Sweet History of Candy. Garnishing the Truth, there is. And this is Christine. Thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. Um, maybe we look for this. Oh, we might be able to get an image of something here. Maybe. Oh, maybe I've already searched for this. This is a pub in Boston. Stevie G wrote a book about food. Oh, his kids join. So his kids join. We might be able to get an image here. Somewhere in this rabbit hole. They have a popular restaurant. Aren't they like 17 and 19 or some shit? How are they so successful already? It's crazy. I saw it in Chef's signature. My Boston homepage. There we go. Here we go. We've got a free article. Now we can actually search for something from Boston. James Garland. Here we go. At least we can get the samosa cone. Okay. We can get probably an image from the Suns at the very least. Now, can we figure out who's who? It wasn't even a Boston magazine. It probably was just a nationally published magazine. Blends of Thai and Indian. Robert, who's 3 years younger than James. How can he be 3 years younger? What? They must be like... They got married in 77. They got married in 77. So they must have had a baby maybe in 78. But even that would make them 20. And then 3 years younger would be 17. So maybe there is a possibility that she was pregnant before they got married, which means he might have had something to do with it. Interesting. Most kids hate vegetables growing up. They didn't have parents like we did. My mother grew up on a farm that supplied us a restaurant. We might get a job title here as well. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here. Before I could even talk, they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. She had to go back to work as a secretary. So she is back as a secretary. Okay, that's correct then. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. Okay. Their parents are now retired. They have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mum's favourite. Okay. Well, hopefully we can get something else out of this, but who do you reckon is older? This guy looks older, right? Actually, yeah. Okay, well, it's the other way around. I don't know how you were meant to tell them apart, but whatever. Okay, so this is what we thought was going to happen. Hopefully we get something new here that can unlock something.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision.
What would happen if they dissolved it then, though?
The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see.
Sugary water. Like, from my POV as this character in this game, right? Aren't I benefiting from the trust? Shouldn't I, like, not help this guy if he wants to dissolve the trust? And that's my income now? Or is that just, like, something, like...
I want to keep them safe and secure.
Why would I want to have the trust
didn't do
dissolved
anything
if
to
I'm
deserve
benefiting
this
from the
fortune.
trust?
Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just
No
by testing
way!
the
What the
DNA.
hell? Really?
What you've
Science.
done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Cool. Well, he didn't give me anything, did he? No. Okay. But we can put in this guy's photo, so we know one thing is locked in for sure. We could still possibly dig around and see if there's anything close that we can get a picture of their their mother. But I have no idea how. Oh, this still says this has got 3. One of them has to be the brother, right? The cystine apple. Fry dye. So we can still dig around a bit, maybe. Would it have Christine Garland in there, though, do you think? No. Well, she had to go back working as a secretary, so it's unlikely she'll have any news about in a cooking magazine, right? I'll try doing the other brother. It's probably the same, yeah. The samosa cone. Yeah, okay. So I don't know if we're going to get more out of this right now. Yeah, it's a shame we don't get a picture of the mother in here. It is a shame. Is there anything else involving a restaurant or food that we need to look up? Don't know. Give them a call. Can I have a picture of your mum? I wonder how that would go down. Maybe from one of the orgies she participated in when she was younger. If you got one lying around. Okay, see what that did to our evidence though. Oh yeah, so it got rid of one of these things. So the other thing of this is going to be the other brother. So this one we can disregard. It still says there's a lot for this thing, but I'm guessing this is going to go down a rabbit hole somewhere and unlock a lot of information. But I don't know how to get to that information from here. Because I can't seem to find any more info on Cicely Sanchez. I've done her books. Yeah. The fact that all of the pictures are removed makes me think that maybe they're gonna get given to us later or something, right? Because I can't. If they've been removed, how am I gonna get them? You know, from anything I can do. But they might be given to us from someone in real life, kind of thing. Nothing new here. Look at the game. The flute knees are bred. It's a game about a fictional family of ducks who live in Duckler County. Which ducks killed the flute knees? The safecracker. Okay, so I'm surprised we haven't learned anything about this guy having two children, right? You'd think that could be easy to find, right? But it doesn't look it. He attended his, or attempted to attend his daughter's graduation. Oh, yeah, this was this bit, okay. And then Sandstone Canyon High School didn't lead anywhere, I think, did it? It's just the Billy Sims stuff. Yeah, we've already unlocked the Portland Telegraph, didn't we? This is just where he got arrested, right? Why did he punch the principal, though? That's what I want to know. Unless it's... I don't know, maybe he... As you say, maybe he caused the breakup or something of his marriage or something, I don't know. Like, why would you just randomly punch him? But it's not the same thing, I think. This is over here, right? Over here? This was the potential teacher. Secretary becoming teacher. And this is Thomas Hughes. Thomas Hughes is the one who vandalized the thing. So I don't know. There's Billy Sims. So it's William Sims, probably. But it's in Portland, so we might be able to do the Portland. I think we've already done this though, the Portland Telegraph. It's got a slightly longer. Croc watch. It's a digital watch that looks like the head of a cartoony crocodile. Is this useful info? Doesn't look like there's anything interesting in there. Croc Clementine was actually in attendance. His daughter was walking the stage. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter. Okay. Security guard recognized him. Doesn't seem like we've got any new info here. But we know that maybe the elder daughter, maybe this is a daughter, potentially. But he was already split up by the time this happened. And this is what, 15 years ago? But we don't have any name of any kind. What if we just put Clementine? Probably doesn't, yeah. We have to use a bigger name than that, probably. Yeah, we just don't have any names. Unless she got named after his mother or something. Mary. Elizabeth. Nope. So I don't know if we're going to get any more info on this. What was the thing called? School. So it's Sandstone Canyon. Nothing. So they've got no news? These guys got no news on the local high school? That seems kind of insane, but whatever. Maybe they just didn't write anything for the game. Seems unlikely that the school has never appeared in the headlines of a local newspaper, but whatever. Yeah, so this has to be either her or her. Yeah, we've already looked at that. Obviously, Miracle's got a lot of stuff we need to uncover as well because of the old whole affair stuff that's coming out. do here. He's had legal troubles, but we can't really just search that. Oh, we can, but it comes up the same same page. Move production business, business watch, current events. Maybe there'll be more stuff in here, in this periodical. We can maybe search for this guy, Clark Rafferty. I'm trying to remember where we found this. It was the company website was under printing. It was like a print. It was like something printing company or something. We found it via her. I've been advertising or something as well. Yeah, it's no longer works. Wonder why this is here. 1010 250. Like. Yeah, it's probably just a scammer sort of thing. I remember there was a web page which had like lots of different. There was a flyer, wasn't there? It was a physical flyer I think we had that had a lot of information on, but we obviously don't have that information anymore in this game. We do! In the archive. But none of it's got any useful info. But it means I can actually look at... where is the flyer? This flyer. Does it say... No, it doesn't say who made it. I want to get the mail thing. I don't know if we're going to find it. Yeah, I don't think this has any relevance because it's got no... It's saying we can't find any new info here, so I'm guessing it's not... I think it's just for the sake of having it that it's on here. We do have these old ones. Oh, there's volume 1. The sweet history. Oh yeah, because we looked at volume 1 and then... Let's go back here. Volume 1. This isn't new. And then volume 2. Is there a volume 3? Did he go for a 3-peat? No. uh. Magazine Teen Blast. Ugh. There's the Roottrees Motors. I just want to find out who printed the flyers and shit. That's what I want to find out. Okay. Okay, well, I don't think we can learn anything new there. I just wonder why it's bringing up November in specific here. Seems awfully specific to bring her up when she basically wasn't featured very much at all in the other game, right? Hmm. There's Mark Sanchez again, but wait a sec, what? Oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say there was a memorial service. I forgot she had a heart attack during it. Yeah, okay. Why is this brought up as well? Like Trish King was on the cabin crew. Like, who is this? Like, why is her name in quotes? I've tried searching for all this, but it doesn't come. Nothing comes up. Like, why is she famous? Why is she famous enough to have a nickname and have a separate line on the thing? I don't get it. I don't know who she is. I don't think she's anywhere in here, right? She's part of the cabin crew, but I don't... What's weird is it says she's part of the cabin crew, as in there's more than her? I don't know. I don't know. And then Roots, just the clothing company. Roottrees Assistance Fashion Scholarship. Doesn't go anywhere. It's managed by her. But then there's no info on this girl either, Ruby Spratt. Oh, this is where Portland was mentioned. That's what I wanted to Google. I knew someone mentioned Portland. Let's have a look. Local teen making change for foster care system. She grew up in foster care. This is what also is suspicious. She grew up in foster care, as in she might have been an illegitimate child. And was a Girl Scout who was earning her gold award. This required a project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. Okay. The fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain with good luck. A coalition of local businesses that sponsor the fountain commit to matching any donations that successfully land on target. This is completely useless. This has nothing to do with anything, right? Maybe they're just saying she grew up in foster care and that's it. It doesn't need to be any more explanation than that, but she was the valedictorian of her school and was a Girl Scout. Is that relevant? Gold Award, Girl Scouts. So this looks like another dead end then. Yeah, I can't see anything here that we can do anything with then. Okay. Well, that's not good. The fact there's a flower on her hand means that probably means something. There is definitely a possibility that this could be Susan Ford, because she worked there from 1980. But she was an interpreter, and I don't know if there's been any mention of her having a flower or anything on her hand or anything like that. So it could be, this could be Susan, but I guess we need more info on that. It's more likely to be a secretary that she cheated on, especially since we know he cheated on a secretary around here, right? So I mean, we don't know this was a secretary, right? Because the Thomas Hughes thing. Miss Hughes. The problem is we don't have any information on what her maiden name was, right? At all. So it seems incredibly hard to figure out who this person is, to narrow down whether or not she was a secretary or not, because we have the logs. That's one way we could try, I guess, is go through. But I think we already did this. But we could go through all of the secretaries that were hired around this time and put their last name as Hughes, and it might come up with something. I think we already tried this. We just need to make sure they were working around this time, right? Wouldn't necessarily be 1980, but any one of these could be it. Lisa and Valerie. It doesn't have to be a secretary either. It could be any woman that worked on this. But I think the Butler County Times is the only place that they'd be found, right? Like, why would they ever be mentioned anywhere else, right? Elizabeth Farrow. Emily Seinfeld. Susan Ford. Okay, so there's nothing else there. Terry O'Connor could be. Have we googled her in general? Let's do a quick Google on her in general. Nothing, okay. Angela Hughes and Linda Hughes we need to look up. But I think that's not likely because it's happened after, or quite late rather. Why does it keep closing this tab here? Catherine Garrett. Gwyneth Madsen. She got, oh yeah, and then she got married to Gwyneth Cattrall. Emily Seinfeld got married and became Emily Barnes. So I don't think. Let's have a look at any other ones here. Beth Knox, Doris, Joanna Robertson, Juliet McCullen. Okay, nothing there. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem like I can get much more out of this right now. Amy Stutton here, but that's way too late. 83. There's no way. There's no way that's. I mean, that's after this. So yeah, that can't be the case. I'll do a quick Google of these, but yeah. I do want to Google Catherine Garrett though. Oh. So we do have something about kitchens now. If we need to find anything to do with kitchens, we can, or restaurants, we can search. But yeah, I've got no more clues right now, so I'll probably stop and have a think. And if I'll I'm not going to commit to playing this again until I have some idea of where to go. Because otherwise it just feels like googling random things right now. I've got no logic to go off right now. But I'll have a think, and something might come to me over the next couple of days. And think if there's anything I haven't tried that I want to try. But I don't really have anything that I've tried pretty much every bit of info on this. Even though it says it leads to 8 pieces of information, I cannot find anything in here that will lead me to any information. So it might do eventually, but not now. Not that I can access right now, it seems. But yeah. And there isn't really much. Like there's like maybe one thing in all of these that will lead me somewhere. It's very slim pickings. Considering I've got to do 8 more. I've got to find there's apparently enough information for me to fully identify, and get pictures of 8 more people. I guess 7 more, because he's already done, right? 7 more. With the current information I've got, knowing I'm not going to be given any more information, seems rough. I just don't see it happening. Judging by these magnifying glasses, it means I have to break through this page. I think if I don't break through this page, which has allegedly 8 pieces of information for me somewhere, I cannot see how I will do it. But we'll see. But it's getting late either way. Nice. But we'll see. But yeah, thanks for chilling. And I'll see you soon. I hope you have a good night.